Hey, Jerry.
Hi.
When's that dog coming in?
The dog stayed in Philly yesterday.
Okay, well, I quit.
All right, we're live.
Okay, I just went through about 2 minutes of talking with no sound, with my microphone off.
Okay.
Good evening. This is, I blame Augie, but no.
He sounded really good, though.
It was really great. I can't even reproduce it. Good evening. Welcome to the September 14th, 2020 Village of Mamaroneck Board Meeting. This is the work session. I need a motion to open the meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor of opening?
Aye.
Okay. What I had said before is that we have a member of the public here to present Shannon Purdy on the Juneteenth celebration. So we are going to go to Ms. Purdy, and then after Ms. Purdy, hopefully about 10 minutes, Shannon, we are going to go into an executive session, which probably will not be short. Shannon, are you there?
I am here, Tom, and I am unmuted. How are you this afternoon, folks? Good to see you all. Yeah, this will be probably my 10th Zoom of the day, so try to top that. I am so pleased to have a few minutes of your time, and I've got a number of folks who are chiming in on my phone here, members of the public who are hoping to join so they can at least listen in. And I see the note from Cliff saying that now that the meeting has officially opened, they should be able to join via that Zoom. So if you'll just bear with me for 10 seconds and just send a mass blast text. Okay, that ought to do the trick. Good afternoon. I'm here representing a local anti-racism outfit called One Mamaroneck that some or many of you might have heard of before. We are thrilled to have recently sort of metamorphosized from a grassroots coalition of families and like-minded community members to formally incorporate as a nonprofit. So our mission is simply community education, community advocacy, and support of the BIPOC community, and doing what we can to, spread all the good American history that hasn't been discussed often enough, but also make it very relevant to issues affecting Black and Brown families and children in our community today. We know that there have been lots of highly publicized issues in the public school district. Part of our mission is just recognizing that in order for people to get, be supportive of improvements in that realm, we need for folks to be able to empathize. And so part of that empathy process is education. You'll recall in February, we had a pop-up African American History Month museum at the Larchmont Library. The village was kind enough to partner with us for a smaller scale Juneteenth celebration on a Friday evening this past summer in spite of COVID. And so we're crossing fingers that, the world will be sort of in a post-pandemic space by the time next Juneteenth rolls around. And I'm here tonight today to re-present, because I think I actually kind of shared this with the board a few months back, brief resolution that would allow the Village of Mamaroneck to let One Mamaroneck, the organization, coordinate a significant Juneteenth 2021 parade and festival, cross fingers. So I'm not sure exactly what you all would like to do in terms of process, but I do have a brief document here that I can share on my screen if you all would like me to review that.
Yes, please share.
All right, great. Let us share screen. Okay, and hopefully you're seeing a Word document with a draft resolution on your screen.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'll give it a second.
Is that in the backup anyway?
I believe it is.
And for folks who are still encountering difficulties joining the meeting, they should just keep trying that same Zoom link.
Yeah, what's included in the backup, trustees to 4, is the resolution that I believe was prepared by Ms. Purdy. Is that what you're looking for, Shannon?
Yeah,
Or is it-
absolutely.
Is
Simple.
I can,
One-page Word document. Yep.
Okay.
So, I'm not going to go through line by line, but essentially what this resolution would, set in place would be that the board would agree to declare Saturday, June 19th, 2021 as the village's official Juneteenth 2021 celebration, to include a parade and festival. And as we talked about a few months back and in follow-up conversations, what that would mean really is just that the village would, commit to, helping One Mamaroneck get the necessary permits in place and all the sort of background, basic logistical support to hold a parade and a festival in the park. And that our organization, in partnership with other like-minded entities such as the NAACP, CURE, would do the sort of hard work of pulling in parade participants, festival participants, potential food and performance displays and things like that. So basically the resolution is set forth with the acknowledgement and wish to recognize the annual Juneteenth observance in remembrance of when the Union soldiers actually enforced the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing all the remaining enslaved peoples in Texas. The reason that we believe that this is a really important celebration to continue to uphold and celebrate is that we acknowledge that African American history is not consistently, thoroughly, or accurately integrated into our public schools. That, unfortunately, all too often, the public school system treats African American history as the history of enslaved peoples, and that's it. And so we really feel that the village can and should be a local leader in Westchester County and in New York State, and that neighboring communities can benefit greatly from better understanding their history to continue the important work of dismantling systemic racism. And so, again, working in concert with community social education groups such as One Mamaroneck, this resolution would commit village leadership to the sort of logistical and resource support to help us coordinate a large-scale parade and festival. And with that,
I just want to point out, that a parade is a huge logistical undertaking.
Yep.
So I guess my question is, if the parade seems daunting, I would hope that you would still have the festival.
I think if being the big point, but yes, absolutely. We certainly will. And I think if with your permission, Mr. Mayor and trustees, what I'd like to do, in fact, is to kind of ask if anybody's interested in volunteering to be a liaison to One Mamaroneck, just to kind of keep aware of our continued coordination, so that you've got a bird's eye view into, you know, the organizations that are signing on, the number of participants and things like that. You know, it might be useful in a lot of ways, but not the least of which to be able to share, you know, the level of interest that we see there is in putting something like this together.
I would be happy to do that.
Fantastic.
Okay, I mean, this is one of the things that the board has to talk about with staff too, is because we are in very difficult situations. You know, what's the cost factor too? So that is something that we can't act like is not, you know, a contributor here. So I think that is another thing to talk about. But you know, we have it now, and I think, you know, the board has to give it. You know, I mean, I think we're all in favor of the idea of a June 19th celebration, and we got to, you know, see what we can do to make that come to fruition. At least that's my view. I don't know what everybody else feels.
I agree, Tom. I think it would be a great thing to start in Mamaroneck, and with this 2021 Juneteenth following on a Saturday, I think a festival at Harbor Island that would raise awareness and bring people together could be a really positive occasion. And God knows we need it after a year of this kind of lockdown. Like you, I'm concerned about costs. If we could, I think if we can get some better idea of that, it will help us to deal with the scale and just, but I think it would be a really good thing to do.
If I might interject on as you all continue your deliberations, if there is an easy way to do kind of a cost analysis of just the very basic resources that it would take the village to let another organization put something like this on, I mean, in terms of overtime hours, personnel, things like that, we'd also be willing to, you know, explore fundraising and cost offset opportunities if we can.
So along those lines, this is Dan. In the last paragraph in the be it resolved portion of your proposed resolution, I'm not opposed, and I'm actually in favor of the approach, but I would like to, after the word will in the second line, go right to support and strike everything between that, because we don't have the ability to commit organizations. We can't commit agencies. All we can do is work. The village can work with you, but we can't commit somebody else to do something. And that the way that the language reads, it could be interpreted that way. But it does say that we will support the coordination of the large scale, and I think that's really what you're asking for us to do.
Sure, happy to.
Well, we could definitely work on, you know, we have to talk about it, and I'm sure that there'll be, you know, additions and subtractions before we pass a resolution. I don't think that has to be ironed out tonight.
I think we could use the St. Patrick's Day Parade as a model for how this is sort of structured. Isn't that a very similar kind of an event for at least the parade portion of it? And then they do use the park, but it's in March, so it's not, the park isn't heavily used then, but I think that might be a start.
I'm not familiar with the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I mean, I guess the only concern that I would have, you know, and maybe it's a matter of semantics, but to some, but, you know, St. Patrick's Day Parade being, you know, of course, one assumes a celebration of Irish American heritage. And given the current national conversation about just the sort of 400+ years of, you know, systemic racism leveled against African Americans, I just wouldn't want there to be any kind of odd comparisons there. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not comparing the event. It's just the structure of the event. It's a parade that is of a similar scale.
Culminates in a festival.
It culminates in Harbor Island Park. They have permit. They are actually funding a scholarship, so they have a fundraising component. So I think it's actually very similar model to what you guys might be trying to do, and we would have those numbers. Like no matter who's marching in the parade, there's the same cost. So that might give us just a financial model to work with.
Well, I have a little to add, but I can start by saying I attended the one this year.
Good.
Nice celebration. I think it was a Friday, not a Saturday. Friday was very nice. Just nice spirit, very nice. Of course, very peaceful. So I think you're on for a good start, especially now with the good news that you're incorporated. I think along the same lines, it does require, we can contribute, we can help, but it does require kind of a lead and an organizer. And I think you made great strides today on that, so that we, run and our staff can run the business they need to, and they also. So we help as we help everybody else. I think that's probably where kind of Nora was coming from, that we need to use the same template, and that's very much, I think, just a bit of the details and a bit of the necessary things that, depending on the type of event, need to be tied to. So we're on the right path, but needs more detail so that we can get to that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
And I will be in touch.
Excellent. So shall I walk away?
I'm sure
you all need to next take it to a vote, or?
Well, I think we need to discuss it further at the work session.
Okay.
But I know you'll be in touch with me. I have no doubt.
Thank you for offering to be a liaison. Really appreciate that, Tom. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously we're anxious to get started on coordination. So if you can give me an idea of when the next work session will be held, when this vote is formally held, then I can be prepared to mobilize the troops, as it were.
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay, terrific.
And meanwhile, maybe we can get a sense of like what the kinds of costs would be. So we'd have like we can develop
cost
a
to the village. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I wish you luck with that, Trustee Nora.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks a lot.
I think greater minds than I will probably be figuring this out.
All right.
Thanks very much for the opportunity, folks.
Okay.
Yep.
Now I'm going to entertain a motion to go into executive session. You all have the executive session packet in front of you. Item A is tax surcharges. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law as it related to current litigation, Orienta Yacht Club versus the Village of Mamaroneck, Top of the Ridge Condominiums versus the Village of Mamaroneck, S&R Realty versus the Village of Mamaroneck. B, Goldstein versus Village of Mamaroneck. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 101(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to ongoing litigation. And C, incentive program. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)F of the New York State Public Officers Law as it relates to medical, financial, credit, and employment history of a particular person or corporation or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. Okay. That being said, may I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
There was an addition this morning on the Hampshire litigation. So let's add the fourth one, D, section D, which is Hampshire litigation, based on the papers we received Friday or Thursday and other documents. So we can at least get working on that too.
Hampshire litigation also, so that would fall under 101(1)D.
Yes.
Current litigation.
Okay. That all being said, there's a motion and a second? Augie,
There's just a motion, Kelly Winstrup.
I second.
Augie, call a roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes, but I'll be recusing from the Hampshire discussion.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, now I'll meet you all in executive session. Augie.
Okay.
Okay,
Can you log that off, please?
Amending it.
We're live.
Augie,
Yes.
check your phone. I just sent you an email. If Glenn can get back into the meeting.
Who?
I sent him the information.
Who?
I see him. I see him. He's in there. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody back?
Mhm.
Nora here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
End the executive session.
Okay. I need a motion to end executive session.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In executive session, we took 2 votes. One vote was to ask for an extension on the Goldstein matter. That passed 3-1. Another vote was to approve a year of service incentive for employees, and that passed unanimously. These will be reported in the minutes.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I think it was misstated.
What was the mistake?
It's the Hampshire matter.
Pardon me. You're right. It was the Hampshire matter. You're right. Thank you. Okay, we have 3 items we're going to keep working on in work session. Then we're going to go to the regular meeting. So we're going to be a little late starting the regular meeting. Is the chief still on?
Yeah, I see him there.
Yes, he's there.
Chris, Chief Leahy, I'm very sorry to keep you up in doing this. I apologize. Could you please go to your item about the desk and please explain it to us?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, the last time the equipment behind the desk was replaced was roughly 13 years ago. We've budgeted for and are trying to lease new equipment from Goosetown, and they are on state contract.
Now, Chief, when you say the equipment behind the desk, could you just go into a little more detail?
So that's the equipment when we receive 911 calls. That's how we dispatch the officers, how we get through to put calls through to for EMS and fire.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for the chief?
Probably not for the chief, but for our treasurer. Is this the chief said this is in the budget? Do we know how much we have for this?
We budgeted for
You have
it.
enough?
Basically, we have an estimate of how much the desk is. And in the annual budget to 2000, 2001, we put in those lease payments, the annual lease payments. Am I correct, Chief?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Is it in our budget for this year? Is there a budget line for this? And how much is it?
It
That's what
is
I'm asking.
budget for this year, the 2021 budget. I think it's 22,000 a year. Chris, do you have a budget in front of you?
It's I believe it's 18.4.
Yeah, I think that the 22 may have been the number we put in during the budget process because you hadn't gotten the official quote yet from Goosetown.
So it's fully covered.
Well, this is the first year lease payment. this is a multi-year lease. So, we're going to ask the board at the next meeting to award the contract subsequent to future appropriations. Subject to future.
Do we have any competitive bids?
They're on state contract.
So that generally means it's less expensive than if we were to try and bid it out.
The state already went out and bid out these
Yeah.
services, and they got the lowest bidder.
Right,
We're piggybacking.
right.
It is 18,000, 460,
Oh.
3120, 460. Communication desk, 18,000.
What page are you on?
Oh, sorry about that. Let me see.
That's okay.
54 or 55? Oh, hold on.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure I use one.
I just noticed that what we have in our backup is from the state of New Jersey, but we're assuming that it's state of New York as well.
Yeah, we're allowed to piggyback onto any other state contract.
Great, thank you.
And we piggybacked onto some Jersey contracts in the past.
Great, thanks.
Page 61, sorry about that.
Anybody have any other questions for the chief or for staff about expenses? It's already budgeted. I guess, Chief, would it be fair to say that the equipment behind the desk now has lived past its shelf life?
Yeah, very much so. I need this replaced ASAP.
It's a critical piece of equipment for the police department,
It is. For the community.
the community, which you serve. Thank you. Anybody else?
We understand how difficult the times are, so we know how hard you're working, Chief, and everybody in the department. I know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
It's okay.
Okay, anybody else have any other questions for the chief? We can, or if not, let's put this on for the next Board of Trustees regular meeting. We can prove it.
The 29th?
Yeah,
We can't do it tonight?
you can wait 2 weeks, right, chief?
Why don't, let's
If-
do,
If it can be done tonight, I would appreciate it.
Let's add it,
Let's
we'll
do-
add it tonight.
then we don't have to reprint this paper. Let's
Thank
do
you.
it tonight.
Excellent.
All right. That, because you had to wait, we'll do it tonight.
Thank you.
That's it.
I want to hear you letting out about it tomorrow. All right, thank you, chief.
All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
Well, you remind me to put that on the agenda, okay? The next item is, that's on for tonight, 1E, the Brixmore agreement. Bob?
So last time the board discussed this, you asked me to make certain changes to the agreement. I did that. I have not discussed it with the Brixmore folks, but I did that. And then Trustee Natchez sent me an email asking me to make several other changes. And so I bring it back to the board and you can let me know what you want me to do.
Didn't we? Wait a minute.
Okay, I'll speak first. I saw the changes that Trustee Natchez proposed, and I don't think they're workable. I, for one, am in favor of going with the original agreement as amended by Mr. Spolzino.
Why do you think they're not workable, Tom?
I think that they're way too specific. They're not anything that goes into a normal agreement. I think that we are putting a real onus on the Brixmore folks. The Brixmore folks did things to help the community. They're putting up 2 bollards, and they're to protect a transformer that they don't own. That predated them. So I think we've once again taken a simple matter and really complicated it.
Excuse me.
I respectfully disagree.
I'll just say that I agree with Tom. For example, removing all debris from the walk on a daily basis. I think it's much better to just leave it to the satisfaction of the building or the village manager and leave it at that. We get so specific with these things, and I just don't think it behooves the village either in this instance or, with other people looking to do things with the village in the future. This sidewalk was put in as a favor to the village. We asked for it, and it's like we're looking a gift horse in the mouth at this point. But those are my views. So I would prefer that we go with the agreement that is the first in our backup that Bob had negotiated earlier.
I go next to move quickly. Some of the changes here, I think we had in a way already agreed. So we're going backwards because, for example, I thought the ADA reference was important. And some others, I'm not talking about the new, the other additions. I didn't really go one by one, but on the things that we discussed already last time, I don't want to go back even behind that. I thought we were done with those. So that's where I am. So I had supported them, and I don't know if some of these newer things were just minor, but I think we had a substantive discussion last time. Now the property is working in some respects. Is not. We're thankful and we're happy that this is moving forward. But it is kind of the two parties. They've also received help from the village. They got this huge variance. It's very tight there. So I mean it works both ways. So hopefully we'll get this done. But I think I don't want to go beyond what we had already agreed to.
Okay, so you just correct me if I'm wrong. You're then saying we go with Mr. Sposino's amended memo.
Well, because we had made some progress last time
Okay.
on ADA compliance, etc.
All right, thank you.
Well, I can tell you that if you go down there, it's always a mess. And there's no it's just not cleaned up. And it could be.
Then we can send a building inspector down there. A mess is a mess. No one's allowed to have a mess. All right, so at least I think I hear a consensus that we're going with Mr. Sposino's agreement. Okay.
Okay, can you clarify? As I said, we had already agreed on certain language. For example, now it's red and red with
Yellow.
Yellow. I want to know what I'm approving. I think that's the basic thing. So
Yellow, red is all changes are in red. The differences between the first version that I sent you back several weeks ago and this version that was based on the discussion at the last board meeting, those are highlighted in yellow.
okay, some of those I think we got agreement on, like to make sure that it's ADA compliant, so that there's no discussion when enforcement goes there where it has to be ADA or not, so that we make sure that everything in this village is ADA. So I thought
That's in there, right?
No,
It's in there.
that's one of the things we had agreed last time.
Not in there.
It's here now.
It's
It
in,
is
it's in paragraph A1.
A1.
Yeah. I don't know what else was that clear. Just a minute. Maybe, I don't know, Christy, you have something to, you want to say something?
I don't have it in my packet. I mean, all I
I thought
don't
you were
have,
going to say something.
I did not get a revised amended license agreement.
Yeah, Nora, there's a memo from me dated, get to the beginning of it,
Let me just look online.
dated September 10th. And that has the memo and draft agreement that I sent you in July, the revised agreement that I prepared pursuant to the discussion last month, and then trustee Natchez August 31st email to me.
I don't have that in my packet. That's my problem.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on this tonight?
I mean, I didn't look at any of the documents because I have different documents. I'm seeing online. I haven't seen this before, so I'm out. I can't.
You don't have my September 10th memo?
Not in my packet, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing it online, but I don't have it in my packet. So I did not look at it before tonight. I didn't compare my packet to online.
Well, can you send it out right now, Bob, so people can look at it?
I'm looking at it online.
It's
It's just that
online, right?
it's 7:33 and you know,
I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about adding 2 ballots.
So Nora, your packet doesn't have 2 memos, one dated
No.
September 10, one dated July 7?
no,
Sorry about that.
it's okay.
So you either go ahead or you put it off till the next meeting.
Is that what you guys want to do? Put it off to the next meeting? You know, we'll make the decision during the meeting. We got to move on. The next is renewal of contract for village attorney. I think Mr. Attorney's contract expired yesterday.
That's correct.
This contract will bring us to the next organizational meeting.
Yeah.
Which I think is be here before we know it. It's less than 90 days. So that's what the renewal is for. Does everybody have a problem with doing it tonight? Because
Nope.
we won't have a
We don't-
lawyer.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. That being said, you guys want to take 5 minutes before we go into the regular meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I want to say I have to be out 8:45 today. I have to go.
Okay, so let's take a 5-10 minute break. We'll see you back here. I need a motion to end the work session.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
You have mic and you have sound. Everything's out, Tom.
Okay, buddy.
You have to open the meeting.
I know.
Put the ad in front of you.
Special display. Room here. Is everybody on?
The trustees are all on. The village manager's on. Dan's on. Chrissy's on.
Bobby S. Yep, he's on.
All right. Okay, the whole gang's here. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Good evening, and welcome to the regular board meeting of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees. We're starting a little late. I thank you for your indulgence and waiting for us. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Aye. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and justice for all.
Thank you. All righty, folks. All right. First item on the agenda is comments to the board. If anybody looking to speak, Claude?
Yep.
What do we got?
Glenn and Daria.
Okay. Glenn, you're on.
Hello. First, some congratulations to the Village of Mamaroneck Marine Education Center for some of the best compliance with COVID-19 in Westchester. A friend of mine went fishing down in the village the other day, and as he was coming out, I go, "How'd you do?" And he goes, "I didn't catch a thing. All the fish were socially distancing." So congratulations, Village of Mamaroneck. Fine job done. So now that we got the humor out of the way, Summer, I was watching the tree committee meeting the other day, and a couple of things came up. One, there was a group of trees that was cut. There was an explanation given by the employee that was involved in it. The village manager gave an explanation, and the tree committee doesn't seem to like the explanation and wants the employee to have to come before them. I don't think it's proper to have a committee question an employee in that fashion. It almost seems like they don't believe what he said, that there was other motivations for the trees to be cut down. If they have an issue at that level, it should be done by the trustees. I don't feel comfortable that village employees, their motivations should be questioned by a committee. Also at the same meeting, they were talking about removing trees on village property and the procedures. And Jerry came up with a procedure. Well, I can do a permit and then go in before the tree committee. And I think that is not well thought out because of the liabilities if there's disagreement between the tree committee. I actually asked around. A friend of mine actually runs DPW in Larchmont. What they do is they have hired an arborist. And if anybody calls in that wants a tree removed, unless it's in imminent danger of falling down, Ricky will get a list of 8 to 12 trees and then have the arborist look at every single tree that has been asked about. And the arborist would make an independent determination on whether a tree should be removed, what the problem with a tree is, and whatever else is, report back to DPW. They would give the report to the tree committee and such, and that would be the basis of any tree removal. Independent contractor. All this guy does is he doesn't cut the trees. All he does is go out with the pen and the pad. They get 12 trees, 8 trees, whatever the amount of trees is. He goes out and he makes a recommendation on every single tree, which puts the liability if a tree falls. You don't have to worry about the tree committee. You don't have to worry about the village manager. You don't have to worry about, you have independent contractor that makes the decision, and basically their arborist is on call. They have an arborist that they contract with. The village of Larchmont has a contract with them, and that's the person who makes all the decisions on whether a tree on their village property has to be removed or not. And I think that's probably legally the best way to go for this village to keep you out of any favoritism or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to somebody else with their hand up.
Yes. Daria.
Daria. Hello, Daria.
Unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Daria.
Awesome. Well, hi, I'm Daria. I just wanted to speak up today and basically tell you guys that I'm beginning to work with others in the Larchmont-Mamaroneck area on taxpayer issues. And I wanted to ask you guys why we are spending so much taxpayer money on lawyers to defend Cindy Goldstein and lawyers to fight development projects. It seems to me that this is costing our whole area a huge amount of money, which I think would be better served in the budgets for the schools and roads and services. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Daria. Nobody else?
No more hands, no more hands.
Okay. There are no public hearings tonight. Just so for people watching and who are participating online, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the order of the bills so that we have our bills paid. And then I'm going to switch to item 4D, which is a resolution authorizing the painting of Black Lives Matter mural on Madison Street, because I know most of the people who are waiting are here for that. So in the interest of trying to not keep people up too late, we'll do that.
Good.
So the first item is the order of the bills. Resolution authorizing budget transfers for harbor master salaries. Everybody have that in front of them?
Yep.
Okay, anybody have any questions or concerns with that issue? No?
No.
Okay. I'll make a motion to, please, somebody, I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. All righty, thank you. The next is a resolution authorizing budget transfers for crossing guard salaries. And this was $14,000 from appropriate fund balance to the police department. And this is because, Jerry, we had not anticipated having crossing guards back?
No, the split shift, Mayor. So the split shift daily schedule that the schools came up with require us to create additional midday student crossing at 9 locations. And that was not part of the original budget.
Okay, so what it used to happen is that we would have crossing guards in the morning, and then crossing guards at dismissal. Now we have to have crossing guards at lunch too.
That's right.
Okay, all right. It's cost of doing business.
Yeah, that's just the way things are now.
Anybody have any questions or concerns? Okay, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing to execute budget amendment to fund beach payroll expense. Jerry, can you just give us a little update on this?
Mayor, this will be the final transfer, I believe. I think we've wrapped it up where because we opened up the beach earlier than expected.
Yeah.
We had some additional expenses due to the early opening. But as you know, or as the board knows, we've had additional revenue as well. We had a banner year at the beach with an increase of, I believe, 167% than anticipated in revenue.
So this expense is more than offset by revenue increases?
It is, yes. I don't have the number of the offset, but it is definitely offset by revenue expenses,
Okay.
by revenue increases.
Anybody else on the board have questions about this?
No, this is great.
Mhm.
Yes, and thank you to the staff down there. They ran a really great season this year.
Yeah.
There were not a lot of opportunities for people to have recreation, and I think a lot of people appreciated our beach and having it open, and staff really ran it well. And we overcame the little difficulty we had in the beginning about getting qualified lifeguards,
Mhm.
and everybody had a great summer. Thank you to the staff of the Recreation Department and the Parks Department for keeping the beach so beautiful. The next resolution is authorizing a budget transfer to fund Tropical Storm Isaias.
You need a motion on
Did we vote on the beach
Oh,
one?
we didn't vote. I'm sorry. I need a motion.
No, so moved. I'll bring the motion.
Second. Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the next one is to fund the tropical storm management budget and COVID-19 salaries. Jerry, you just want to?
There's just minor adjustments, Mayor, to our original anticipated line items for Tropical Storm Isaias on overtime and COVID-19 response on salaries. As the board knows, my office and others, mostly department heads, have been very active in submitting to the Department of Homeland Security our preliminary damage assessment for the tropical storm, which is in excess of $1 million for this village. So.
Okay. The next item on the agenda, no, I need a motion. I'm sorry. I need a motion.
He's flying.
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next item is the abstract of manual payments. And these amount to $15,610.63. A lot of these are Westchester Joint Waterworks, various utilities, but mostly Westchester Joint Waterworks, the village. And hydrant rentals. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
Okay.
Not me.
Need a motion? All right, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next is the abstract of ordered vouchers, $881,580.39. Anybody on the board have any questions or concerns?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on page 21 of 46. Why are we paying for sexual harassment, food for sexual harassment?
21 of 46.
On page 21 of 46.
And where are you looking?
Bottom of the page.
Training?
The bottom.
At the bottom, you're talking about food for sexual harassment training. The fire department and Chief Barney is doing our required annual sexual harassment training for all the volunteer firefighters. And so they must have been purchasing food for those training sessions. That's what this is. We're not paying for sexual harassment training. They're performing it. Actually, Chief Barney is heading up the training for the fire department. I trained him, and now he's training the firemen and firewomen, fire personnel.
And this is $42.27. I bet it's bagels and coffee.
For food, yeah. It's probably coffee and donuts.
Yeah. Not for nothing. Those guys can eat some donuts.
Is that what you're asking about, that $42?
Yeah.
It's the concept we've been having. Everybody in the village, all volunteers or everybody else have been required to have sexual harassment training. And we haven't done this with anybody else. So that just struck me as,
oh, I see,
out of character. Not that people aren't doing, what's needed, but it's not what the rest of the village is adhering to. So, the question is setting precedents to do something like that, and that is
to purchase food for the firefighters during a training session. That's the precedent that you don't want to set.
I think we're asking the fire department to do a lot. I think that what happened here is that Chief Barney took it upon himself to shell out money out of his pocket. Because the check is going to Chief Barney. I think we ask our firefighters to do a lot. This is something new. I don't think it's onerous to have a couple of donuts and some Dunkin' Donuts coffee for them there. So I have no problem with this.
I think maybe what Dan is saying is when we do the other trainings, maybe that would be nice for the other people too.
Now, the other trainings are going to be online. I'm not going to be able to, unless I'm going to
Can we
send
do them
across to
online?
them. Yeah, I'm going all online for everyone else. It's the firemen, it's the firefighters that I wanted to do in person because there's just a disconnect with electronics and electronic devices and capabilities. So they're doing it during their regular meetings as a portion of their
okay.
regular meeting. So they're doing it
Okay.
at their regular meetings.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone else will be online and that'll be rolling out very quickly, very soon. We've
Good.
been working, Karen
Good.
and I and Danielle have been working on that this week, actually.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the audit?
Yes. So moved.
Second? All right, I'll second. Because I do want to get out of here tonight. Augie, call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, 1 second. We're going to jump to item, what the hell did I say?
4D.
4D.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get it up here. All right, this is an authorization for an end of summer party, which is already, it's a block party. It has been asked that they be allowed to paint Black Lives Matter on the street between Old White Plains Road on Grand Street. I was in support of it. I think that there is some questions from the Board of Trustees about doing it. Anybody on the board like to comment on it?
I'd like to hear from the public.
Anybody else on the board want to comment on it?
Well, how are we going to do it? We're going to hear from the public, or you want us to?
Well, I'm asking you if you want to comment on it.
I'd like to hear from the public too.
Okay, then you don't want to comment. All right, go to the
No, it's
public.
not, I'm not saying that I don't want to comment. I might comment after I hear from the
I'm
public.
asking you for your opinion. You don't want to, you can do it later. Fine.
Thank you.
Before, I'll just say that when we left the last time, it was, and we had some questions about a mural. What we do have in front of us for today is, and it's in the backup, it is as the mayor said, just to be very clear, that the words would be painted in the street. So it is that type of mural. We didn't have that in front of us last time. So with that clarity, yes, I do want to hear from the public.
Okay, just for the folks who are going to be speaking, this is a 3-minute time limit on these comments. Why don't we go to Rita, because Glenn is always there.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Rita.
Okay. Hi, Mayor,
Please introduce yourself.
board members. I am a lifelong resident of Mamaroneck. I feel that painting a Black Lives Matter street painting in a section of the village that is not centrally located creates a bad image and a division for our community. Why not paint it in a central location near a village hall or Harbor Island, along with other paintings that symbolize other groups that have done so much for our community, like our police force and volunteer fire departments. In this way, all community members can enjoy the paintings and all groups can be recognized. Painting a Black Lives Matter mural in Washingtonville will only divide our community, as African Americans reside in all parts of Mamaroneck, not just Washingtonville. And there are so many other groups that have contributed so much to our village that also deserve to be recognized. The BOT's responsibility is not to take a political stance against one group or another. They should be emphasizing what we can do together as one community and not create a division by supporting only one group. I oppose the Black Lives Matter mural at Washingtonville, If you want to do it, I think you should do it elsewhere in the village so that everybody can view it, or a better way to support this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Get who's next, okay. Leave Glenn for last.
Susan?
Susan, yeah. Hello, Susan.
Hello?
Hello, you're on.
Yes, I think that if you're going to do that for that one group, then you should be allowing other groups to do the same thing that support different causes. And I think that you need to be listening to the other groups also equally as you do that group.
Thank you.
Robert?
Robert,
Up.
you're on, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Robert Michelli, and I am standing here to speak with regards to the proposed painting of a Black Lives Matter mural at the upcoming block party. The meeting we are having tonight is a direct result of our mayor, Tom Murphy, who feels this painting supersedes the successful day-to-day running of the village and even the remembrance of those lost during 9/11. I cannot sit back any longer and watch the hypocrisy that has been unfolding the past couple of months. Our mayor takes it upon himself to embrace divisive views that are currently tearing this country apart. As clearly stated on the application for a block party permit, the village under section 123.1 party, a neighborhood block party, celebration, or event shall not include a political meeting or a rally of similar activity having the principal purpose as fundraising for an individual or organization. Furthermore, as stated on the website for Black Lives Matter, is the fact that this organization is founded by trained Marxists and follows Marxist ideological theories. Black Lives Matter also has announced their support for the Democratic Party, which is a political party. For over 120 years, the village of Mamaroneck has been an inclusive, safe, and welcoming place for people of all different cultures to come, live, raise families, and prosper. Racism and sexism have never been an issue in our community. Not only does this mural go against the laws created by our local government, but it also introduces a destructive presence in our community. One must only turn on the news to see that whenever Black Lives Matter is introduced into a community, a sense of importance to a certain race of people seems to take the forefront, thereby causing sanctions, which we are trying to stop. There have been proven cases of disruption from the so-called cause, riots, antagonistic actions, hateful words shouted, looting. More importantly, it never benefits the people it espouses to help. On Saturday night, Black Lives Matter activists blockaded an entrance to a hospital in California to delay treatment to 2 police officers who were ambushed and shot in the head. Is this the type of movement we want to come to our village? Since the Black Lives Matter march on June 5th, our friendly village has had 3 illegal demonstrations. The first illegal activity was the march itself, which Mayor Tom Murphy participated in. There was not a permit issued for this event. I know this because I've personally spoken to village manager Jerry Barbero, who has told me no permits were ever issued or filed. The second illegal activity was the gathering for racial justice and equality down at the harbor. This again, according to Mr. Barbero, was a coordinated event, and yet no permit was ever filed or given to have this event. The third illegal activity was related to the incident involving protesters who were criminally trespassing and camping out on the Mamaroneck High School grounds. I know this because once again, I have spoken to Mr. Barbero as well as village police and the high school board. No permit was ever given for this event. The high school board told the protesters to leave, but they refused. By having this mural painted in the streets, we as a village are welcoming an organization that is destructive, dangerous, and we have seen does not care about the rules or laws that everyday citizens follow. Our leadership is cowering down to a group of people to not incite them. I feel our leaders are putting politics over our personal safety. An individual can choose to support or believe in any ideology they choose to. When our elected officials are in office to enforce the laws that are in place, they shouldn't have an obligation to protect all of us equally in an unbiased manner. Mr. Mayor, you are not upholding your oath to do these things. To summarize, 3 times the laws were broken to allow for protests, and now, Mr. Mayor, you are looking to allow another law to be broken by allowing a BLM mural to be painted during a block party. which is directly in defiance of section 123.1? Are we to believe that certain people are entitled and allowed to not follow our laws? Thank you for allowing me to state the obvious facts of illegal activity in our town and village and for voicing my opinion.
Thank you. Give me that number. Get Jimmy and Laura, and then we'll get Glenn. You email it to me?
I'm getting it right now from Sally.
I just want to make you aware that myself and my husband, James Abadi, are sharing this screen, so he'll have to raise his hand a second time if he chooses to speak.
Fair enough.
Okay, Washingtonville, the Flats is no stranger to diversity. We have lived in our neighborhood for generations side by side, encompassing diversity. This has never changed Washingtonville. Historically, and a matter of fact, we were made up of Italian immigrants along with African Americans. We have always lived together, attending school as neighbors, lifelong friends for generations. Family members have shared service, worked side by side on a village fire department, school systems, and police force. We represent diversity. Please understand, I'm speaking out to make you aware and understand that our community of Washingtonville as a whole cannot continue to shoulder or burden the following. We are burdening overcrowding, parking issues, absentee landlords, cross-through traffic, illegal housing, poor quality of life, unkept streets, all that has not been resolved. And now you want to paint a mural, and you want to designate a mural in one specific side of town, the smallest side of town, the town that already recognizes that Black lives do matter. We live together. We're overburdened and overrun, and our taxpayers are the largest investment. Our homes are continuously jeopardized by the lack of support from the BOT. With that being said, why would you allow a Black Lives Matter or a block party during COVID-19 to even exist? Before you paint the mural in Washingtonville, how about considering painting lines for parking and to take up our 147 spaces that are overrun? How about our curb appeal and making our taxpayer dollars work for us? How about our safety? How about what the taxpayers need and want? Daniel Sarnoff stated many years ago to me in a meeting that they wouldn't paint lines for cars to park in because the upkeep of those lines were far too expensive to upkeep. To date, no lines for our 147 parking spaces that we have no room for. There is so much in this small section of this community that needs to be done. We cannot accept painting of this mural any further for this matter. We already opposed the first wall mural on Center Avenue years ago. 3 years later now, it's falling to disarray, fading, and no upkeep. It's now more than 3 years later. Why would we accept this during this time? Washingtonville is cameraless. If you were to paint something so sensitive in this area, how would you ensure everyone's safety? And it's a very sensitive and explosive issue. Myself and Ms. O'Connor spoke to you the other day on the phone, Mayor, and you said to us, but what have these people gone through? I understand what they've gone through, but it's not the BOT's position to take any stance as a social worker. You are here to work for us, for the community, for our safety. We are here to work. You are to maintain our taxpayer dollars. You're supposed to maintain our curb appeal. You're supposed to worry about our budget, our firefighters, our police. You're not supposed to take a political stance in a situation like this. We feel by allowing this mural to be painted in a small section of Washingtonville, it's unacceptable. Why is the need and only in the area of the village of Mamaroneck? Is this the only section of the village of Mamaroneck that African-American people live? Is this the only place that you could think of to put this mural? We are the most diversified section of town. The small section of town is more aware of this. Why choose this section of the village and place us at risk of becoming an Instagrammable destination or location, inviting an overabundance of visitors to view a street mural without support or structure? Washingtonville cannot carry a burden of this continuous stream of out-of-town visitors to pay homage to a mural. This is not a correct location to place this mural at any length.
Okay.
Why are we considering putting it at the harbor and carving out a section of the harbor that could be supported and have foot traffic, and you can make clear and concise decision as to what organizations and movements this village should support? Or why don't you place it in front of the regatta, in front of Village Hall, and mirror what Yonkers has done? Why are you choosing to do something to Washingtonville? And if you're going to do it to Washingtonville, then go to Florence Park and paint it there. Go to the entrance of Orienta and paint it there. Go to Shore Acres and paint it there. Go to the Heights and paint it there. It should be equitable for everyone, or it shouldn't be done at all. And it shouldn't start in Washingtonville, because certain community members choose to have this. That's not what we should be doing at this point. Whatever the gentleman said prior to this is the fact and the truth. The negative aspect outweighs any positive at this moment in time.
Okay, your time is up, but thank you very much for your comments. Who's up next? Do Glenn get him in?
Glenn.
Good evening. A couple of quick questions. If you could answer, Mayor Murphy, was this actually a request by some members of the community to put the mural in?
Yes.
Is the village going to pay for it, or is it being paid by whatever people or organization is having the block party?
Community members.
Community is paying. We are not having any costs. And they chose the location.
Correct.
Okay. I want everybody to take a step back here. There's two things. There's Black Lives Matter, the idea, which I completely agree with, and Black Lives Matter, the organization, which has already been mentioned, is a political organization with Marxist leanings. If the village is going to allow this, number one, maybe you make it a temporary mural. That way it coincides with the event, much like you would do for St. Patty's Day. A week later, the mural basically is gone. Number two, whatever statement you make giving permission, emphasize the fact you are supporting Black Lives Matter, the idea, not Black Lives Matter, the organization. Three, if another organization wants to put Blue Lives Matter on East Prospect Avenue or Italian Pride over by St. Vito's Church or something similar, that would also be allowed. But I think that if you're talking about a community block party where they want to have the Black Lives Matter message, I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, it has to be emphasized. And please, I also believe in this community. I believe we're multicultural. And Black Lives, you have to separate Black Lives Matter, the idea, from Black Lives Matter, the organization. I therefore would support the mural if you put in those restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Tracy D, and then we'll go back to Laura and Jimmy, because I think Jimmy wants to say something.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tracy, how are you?
I'm well. My name is Tracy Dickerson. I'm a lifelong Washingtonville resident. I think the Black Lives Matter mural is a phenomenal idea in place of the block party that is unable to take place this year. I know that the Elks Lodge or Elks Club is predominantly an African-American gathering place, and I believe all are welcome there actually, but they usually throw a pretty awesome block party. Everyone in Washingtonville is invited. Not many show up, but the whole group hangs out. I think that in place of this, to socially distance and create a mural would be a phenomenal idea to send a message. I think that Mamaroneck has a relatively small percentage of African Americans residing there. And at this point in time, it's a good thing to show your support. I mean, clearly there is something going on in Mamaroneck. If high school students are standing outside protesting racism in the high school, if there's lawsuits going on against the high school, if BLM is happening, protests are happening in the streets of Mamaroneck, I mean, we're asking, we're showing you, we are speaking out and sending the message that something is not right in the community. And we're asking for everyone to join together and to be on our side, to everyone just come together, love us, show us your support. What is the issue? You know, I'm just feeling a lot of hostility towards it. And maybe it's because of what the media is spreading and everything like that. But like Glenn had said previously, separate yourself from Black Lives Matter, the movement, and really look at the message of it. Look at what people are asking for. Look at people as human beings. I see nothing wrong with the temporary paint. I think that that's a great idea. And I also have heard a few times that it be put down at the harbor. I think that that is a phenomenal idea. I think it would give them more space to paint it. I think that it would be more visible. You know, I'm really loving that idea. So that's really all I have to say. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And I hope to see good things come from this. I love you guys, Village of Mamaroneck, and let's all come together. Let's support each other.
Thank you, Tracy. I believe Mr. Abadi wants to talk. She said her and her husband.
Hey, my name's Jimmy Abadi. Listen, I just want everybody to listen to one thing. I understand there's a handful of people that are going to stand up and do the right thing and be positive about this whole situation of Black Lives Matter. And that is totally understood. At the same time, we have to look at what has been happening with Black Lives Matters protesting and the people that are involved with this. A lot of it has been negative. And, that's our biggest concern, that you're not going to have just people from Mamaroneck come to this. And it does bring outsiders at all events to represent something that some people are positive and a lot of it's negative. And that's our fight. We don't think that it's safe in a residential area. At the same time, if you want to do this, we can support it, but let's do it the right way. Do it down the harbor where it can be monitored and everyone can see what's going on. And, you're in a little area here. And when you guys said the community, I disagree. The community did not vote on this. This is a handful of people that want it. And I understand there are a handful of people that are going to do the right thing. Then there's another handful of people that are not going to do the right thing. And that is our concern. It's been shown over and over again, the same thing that we mentioned before. In a lot of these events where there's violence, it stems from the Black Lives Matter. It doesn't mean that it's a handful of people that are going to do the wrong thing. You're creating something that you really can't control. And that is our biggest concern. What it stands for, I'm not 100% sure. I really am not, because it's diversified as far as what's going on. There's violence behind it. And that's our biggest concern. So for me, that I grew up in the flats and I grew up Afro-American, I've been here my whole life. We never had a problem. It's not about that. It's about being secure and safe. And this matter, if you take a look at it, is not very secure and safe. And, let's think about it. All our police are getting a raw deal because of a few bad police. And I rather really see the Blue Lives Matter also, get some respect. And so if we're going to do that, I know Laura mentioned it. Let's do it down the harbor because, it's very important to recognize everyone. And I just think it's not a safe issue to be putting in a residential area. And I'm not sure that it's something that we need to do right now. And that's just my feeling. I'm looking at everything that's going on in the country. And Black Lives Matter, I understand there's a lot of positive going on, but there's a lot of negative. So if you're really looking at both sides, we have a legit reason to ask you to not put it down here in a residential area. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buddy. Who's the next one?
Galaxy A20.
Hello, person in Galaxy?
Name of the phone.
Hello?
Unmute your speaker, Galaxy A20.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, who is it?
Hello, my name is Jarrett Winchester. I'm one of the people who came before you last month to propose the idea.
Hi, Jarrett.
how you doing? Mayor and board, how you doing? I've been following this for the last 20 minutes, and I think the community who's in opposition to this has the wrong idea. For 15 years, we ran a block party luau that benefited the kids in the neighborhood who were going to college and who were going to school. We did it with conjunction with the police department, who used to help get backpacks. 2 years ago, we did a shirt that said all lives matter. Okay? So this is not something that we're trying to be divisive on. This was something that we'd be happy if everybody in the community came out and helped us paint. Now, we're not organizing or fundraising for some multicultural organization or some, head group. This is Mamaroneck, Center Avenue, Madison Avenue, the Flats. It's the people who grew up here. That's why this block party was started. Okay? It was never meant to be divisive. We didn't ask for Mamaroneck Avenue. We asked for the area that we hang in because we could not do a block party because of social distancing. We told the village that we would have less than 50 people. This was going to be an invite only. This was never going to be put out as some massive day of painting. This was none of that. Okay, since the last time we talked, I've seen internet posts from half the people who spoke tonight who live in the neighborhood who say they grew up with us. Okay, now I'm not opposed to the people in Rhinebeck. If they want to put a Blue Lives Matter sign up on their street and they support it, I'll come and help paint it. They can come down and help paint mine. But this hysteria that they're talking about, first of all, there's no such thing as blue lives, okay? I'm a black man. I go to work. I take my clothes off. I get my street clothes. I'm a black man. If you're a cop, you get in your uniform. You come out of work. You're whoever you are, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, a woman, whatever. This is serious. This is not a game here. But we're not asking anything but to maintain a 15-year anniversary and to do something. And at this point in our society, this moment, Black lives need to be known it matters. The movement never said not all lives matter or nobody else's lives matter. This was to say, hey, look, we're at the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. Tonight, we're talking about breast cancer. We're not talking about throat cancer. That's the point. Nothing more. Tomorrow, we can talk about throat cancer, foot cancer, whatever you want. The point is, this moment is to say, hey, look, America, Black Lives Matter. That's it. We're not going to be organizing for anybody outside Mamaroneck, and we don't want nobody outside Mamaroneck to come. We love our police department, but what we're trying to say is that we want the world to know Black Lives Matter, and that's all I have to say. I just don't want this community to keep thinking this is divisive in any way. Mr. Abadi, and anybody else, come on down. I'll give you a paintbrush. And then when you want to go up to Rhinebeck and paint that Blue Lives Matter, I'll be there with you with my paintbrush. But this is not what this is about. And we know each other. We know each other.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Person who hasn't spoken.
Damon Ramanelli.
Ms. Romanelli?
Unmute your mic. Damon, you have to unmute your mic.
Damon Romanelli, please unmute your mic. Maybe he accidentally put his hand up.
In your bottom left hand of the screen, there's a icon that you can click on to unmute your mic.
Oh God, we're getting technical.
Hello. You're on.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
You guys can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, well, first of all, in response to that last gentleman that just spoke, there's nothing more divisive in this country right now than the Black Lives Matter movement. And like Jimmy Abadi said, there's two sides to that movement. There's what it really should be about and what it's really taken on. Second of all, I also live in the flats. I don't call it Washingtonville. I'm a lifetime Mamaroneck resident. And it seems to me that every time there's something going on, they want to put it where we live. Every parade is staged down here. Every carnival is staged down here. The food bank was staged down here all summer. We're a 3 one-way streets that are backed up. There's times I can't even get in my driveway. So that's one issue. And like the rest of the callers said, there's so many more important issues that haven't been addressed, that have been taken forever to be spoken about, yet this thing gets it's getting ready to get voted on within weeks. Again, Harbor Island, the center of Mamaroneck, is a great spot for any kind of mural to be painted on the ground. And also the center of the village. If you really want everyone to see it, that would be the place to go. Center and Madison is a small little section. People coming down the road from either way, it's going to be nothing but problems. And if the last caller doesn't believe that people are going to come there to see it from out of town, he's very ignorant on that. Also, there's other communities. Why is none of these things ever proposed to be done down there? Orienta, Shore Acres, Greenhaven, all these communities, it's always down in our area. Again, we are a bunch of tight one-way streets and crowded areas. Nobody, again, is more diverse than our community. I have white neighbors, black neighbors, Jewish neighbors, Catholic neighbors, Spanish, Latin. We're all together. We don't need to be told Black Lives Matters. There's some places around here that maybe people need to be reminded when they come home to their $1 million. Maybe a mural on those streets would make more sense, because we live amongst each other. We all try to get along. We all do get along. So, and it shouldn't be part of this block party either. It should be a separate thing. So I'm just saying, I don't think this mural should be painted at all. And if it is painted somewhere, it should be in a different area, where the center of the town, or again, the harbor. They moved the food bank from here finally. They should be doing other things in other areas of the community. Maybe Columbus Park. Or again, there's giant parking lots in the harbor. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time. One more thing I do have to say. I requested American flags being put on the street lights in Mamaroneck years ago, and I was told that there's no money for it. Now, all of a sudden, we're finding money for this thing. On Memorial Day last year, there were only 2 American flags flying in the 220 businesses from 95 to the Harbor Island. One was my building, and one was Molly Spillane's. So if that got pushed aside because of monetary reasons, there's a lot of other things more important than this Black Lives mural. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've heard from everybody. Members of the board? I'd like to know your mind.
I'll go ahead. To me, Black Lives Matter, the way this started, and I realize there is some controversy about the movement or the Marxism behind it, but to me, Black Lives Matter is the civil rights movement of our time. I think the residents who want to paint these words on a street in lieu of a block party that they can't have because of the pandemic, when I heard this idea, I thought this is fabulous. I mean, my heart went out to them. I think it's a positive thing. It actually kind of breaks my heart to hear it become controversial in the village of Mamaroneck. I have no objection to it being moved if that's if there's a better place for it. If the residents of Washingtonville don't think it belongs there, but it belongs in a more neutral place or a more prominent place, I'm all for it. But I think it's I think it can be a positive thing for the community. I really do. I don't think it necessarily brings violence. I just don't think that. Maybe I'm naive, but I don't think that's what Mamaroneck is all about. I think this is an important civil rights statement. So I support what they're trying to do.
Any other board members?
So yeah, I'm kind of with Kelly. I do think that the Black Lives Matter movement is something that I, as a white person, can't really personally understand. I've had a pretty easy life, and I'm not able to walk in other people's shoes as much as I might want to. And but I also respect the fact that people are concerned that it will bring more traffic and more activity to their neighborhood. So I'm wondering if it's something that we could do in Harbor Island Park, if we could do it in a place that would be a place that more people could see it. I do think if we're going to paint a mural on a street, it cannot be a permanent mural because at some point it's simply going to wear and tear. It's just like a conservation effort, but maybe that's something we can do as a community for the community.
Trustee Natchez?
I'm a very big civil rights person. When this was proposed, it was proposed as a mural, and we don't have, this is not a mural at the moment. This is a statement, which puts it in, from my vantage point, a little different category. I think Glenn's comment of temporary paint for whatever is done, if anything is done, is a substantive comment. And thank you, Glenn, for that. It was the concept, as I understand it, was for a block party for people to be able to do something collectively together. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the actual words because they can easily be misinterpreted. When the concept of a mural was created, I thought that that was a good thing to be done.
Victor, you want something?
Yeah, sure. I perfectly understand this. This is well intended, and I think the key for the board here is can we guarantee the safety, and can we guarantee then that, well, I mean, we cannot deny that it is political. So once we go this way, then we will have to accept other proposals along the same line. So whatever we require from the group that's trying to do this, and I do have some questions about specifics. I think we do need to hear about specifics. We would have to be prepared to require or at least to have even-handed approach. I do know this is a turning point. I do in the way we all have to embrace, I think, the future of the social compact of what we're going to do in these lives and how we're going to manage the difficulties, the education. Everything is really turning, and the social piece of it is going to be a big one. And so I agree that is an important moment where people want to express themselves. But the Board of Trustees has to be very careful into what we allow. Once something is painted in the street, then it is something we are allowing, right? And we can't just deny it. We just can't deny it. And then the problem here is that it goes beyond a mural to be that statement or the problem is it's very different for us to guarantee that it's the message and not the movement or other context. How can we guarantee that? If we can guarantee that, I'm for. So I don't want it to sound that I'm against it. What I can't reconcile is how to do it properly. That's what I think needs to be the focus of the board. The board should not kind of say yes or no, because once we embrace, we know we have to allow other things, and it would have to be we first have to focus on that this doesn't derail, that there's safety there, and I think at this point we don't have the elements that would guarantee that, and I'm not just making this up, because we have to make an approval, right? And the approval is in two ways. One is the block party, the gathering, which I believe that's actually approved by the manager, not us, and they have to go through what the code is. And if they comply with what the code is, they have the block party. What we are authorizing is the using of property and the statement, as has been discussed. one thing was the mural or some expression, but here the expression is that it's in the backup of the meeting. It's the painting of the words in big. So it is this that the expression itself is that message. So that how that's going to last, how that's going to be put together. I think what we have in front of us doesn't explain anything. It just says the first whereas is there's going to be an end of summer party will be held in Washingtonville neighborhood on September 26th on Madison. That doesn't kind of reconcile with what I heard today. The second whereas is that the event organizers have requested permission to paint. That is, yes, that is what we have in front of us now. But there's nothing else. There's no way for us really with what we have now guarantee that this will not get out of hand or become something that it's permanent, or it can be perceived or even become, you know, it will be out of control. I think if the board finds a way of making sure that the event happens in an organized way where it can the expression of the area can be done, although it's still controversial, that would make a difference. It is not in front of us, so I do have issues with where we are.
Okay. I'm glad the neighborhood came out and voiced their concerns. And I understand them, but I don't particularly hold the same views. I grew up not in Washingtonville, but I grew up on the west side of Manhattan in a very, very diverse, but in some ways segregated community. We lived together apart. And I think that is in a lot of ways the history of race in America. We live together apart. I think the words Black Lives Matter, those three words, really have meaning. I think they're important words, and they're not saying that white lives don't matter. They're not saying that Hispanic lives don't matter. They're not saying that Asian lives don't matter. They're saying, and I'd be willing to be corrected by folks who have these feelings, but what I believe they're saying is that for 400 years, all lives had not mattered. And we have been trying to tell you that. We have been begging you to listen to that. And we had a young man a few years ago who knelt during the national anthem, and he became a pariah. And everybody said, well, that's not the way you protest. And then people started protesting. Everybody said, well, that's not the way you protest. So what is it? You know, during the civil rights movement in the 60s, there was also, you know, negative connotations and you know, while there was peaceful civil rights movement, there were also riots in Watts, and there were riots in other communities. I think the violence that has happened recently has been blown out of proportion. I think if you look at the violence that happened during the civil rights movement, it isn't near comparable. I think that we can protect our community. I think that this is important. I think that we're at a point, you know, I'm going to be 60 years old. And I feel like we've had the same conversation about race since I was a little boy. And I frankly want to move past that. I want to move past that. Well, if you know, because what happens is, and we demonize people. You know, we allow others to tell us that person wants what you have, and you know, if you give him that, then it lessens you, and it's just nonsense. It's like, I'm only able to reach my full potential as a 60-year-old white guy when everybody else is able to reach their full potential. And that to me is the meaning of all men being created equal. And it's just not me. Everybody has to be equal to me, and I have to be equal to everybody else. And we have a large community that has been saying for generation after generation after generation that that is not happening for us. And we didn't listen. And we don't listen. And they're trying to say it peacefully. And they're trying to say it emphatically. And we don't listen. And then when people get angry, we wonder why. And this has nothing to do with political persuasion. I know plenty of white liberals who think that they are above everybody else on this issue. And when you dig down, they're not. It's the same nonsense when you dig down. It's just, I don't want my kids, I don't want my grandkids to be having the same damn argument 60 years from now. So, I'm supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm supportive of equal rights for everybody in this country. And I'm going to acknowledge that it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. I remember like in the 60s when, some good laws were passed and things changed. And then in the 70s, it's like we kind of said as a country, all right, we're done. I don't want to talk about that anymore. We did that. It's over. And I recognize it because that's my family dynamic too. We want to deny everything bad that happened. But what happens is it just comes out some other way. And what really bugs me is that in some parts of this country and in some situations, you've seen, Nazis marching, you've seen people marching with Confederate flags, all done to rile up and to incite and to unleash that hate. And that scares me. That scares me a lot more than somebody saying, please pay attention to me because my life matters. So I understand the concerns of the community, I really do. But I hope that we try and see what we have in common, especially those, who live close together. Because, what I did get out of growing up where I grew up was there really wasn't a hell of a lot of difference between myself and the other kids. And I think a lot of people have this experience. I found that out through sports when we all started actually playing together. And, if you look at a lot of people, in this country who have been on the leading edge of that, it's because they have experienced that a lot of times through sports. I didn't come up with this. Folks in the community came to us with this. It seems reasonable to me. Where that is located is a traditional African-American street. As Ms. Dickerson pointed out, the Black Elks Club was always there. And do you wonder, why was there a Black Elks Club? Let that sink in for a minute. There was a Black Elks Club because they couldn't go to the regular Elks Club. It's just to say that the vestiges of this and the permeations of this are gone and we're all good is just to put your head in the sand. I don't know what the board is going to do, but I think that we as a community have a responsibility to say what we stand for. And we do not have to entertain everything that comes along just because we do this. That is not the case. And we know that. But does anybody want to make a motion to advance this?
I'll bring a motion to advance this. I do think there could be an ongoing conversation of whether we should do this in Harbor Island or somewhere else. I understand they have something, it's the 26th, it's coming.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
I'd like to move to amend the motion. Well, I assume Kelly, you're moving the motion that was in the packet.
Yeah,
I am.
It's already been made and seconded.
And I'm moving to amend it.
With what amendment?
Okay, and now therefore be resolved. After the word "to paint," add "a mural without words" and strike "Black Lives Matter," and at the end with temporary paint.
So you don't want the words Black Lives Matter?
Take out the words "Black Lives Matter" and "a mural without words," and after Grand Street with temporary paint.
Does anybody second Dan's amendment?
I have a comment on that, a discussion on that, which is this. Give me 1 second here. Let me share this. This is what is proposed. So can Dan's amendment will change what the community's organizers are asking for. So then I think it we'll have to be, we have to be clear. Either we allow this proposal, either we impose conditions to this proposal, and maybe that's a workable solution. Otherwise, the amendment. I mean, I can't understand it, Dan. That's why I raise it, because this is really what's in front of us.
So my question stands, is there a second to Dan's amendment?
I think Victor was trying to clarify what Dan's amendment was before he considered seconding it.
Well, he said he didn't understand it, and it's taking Black Lives Matter out.
And the problem I have with both resolutions is that there are no conditions. Actually, that the second piece of Dan is I think well intended, which is to have this. I think it's allowing the expression of the community in a peaceful manner, something that is temporary, that doesn't become kind of an icon or something that could be divisive, because it's very hard once it starts. Maybe it could be just a great event, but we can't control that. So that the piece that it's kind of more temporal. I think that piece of Dan is well intended. The first motion is just open-ended. It doesn't have any clarity, and I don't think it's solving. So we're not there yet. It could be. I don't know what other thing the
okay.
Can be changed or the organizers could propose, but I just think we would need to constructively work on something. But the yes or no is not gonna be
The motion and an amendment. I don't hear a second to the amendment. So Augie, vote the motion.
Roll call.
Definitely.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Trustee Natchez,
No.
Trustee Lucas,
I would really, I think that that the motion as proposed was too ended. I think that I don't think we can ask people to change the content of what they want to do for a mural because it's an artistic or an emotional or a personal expression. But I think that we have to have, this is going to be the first of many requests. We need to have some sort of a policy about how we handle requests like this. And I think that all of these kinds of things need to be temporary because they will just end up wearing off slowly and not looking okay. So I'm not opposed to the entire idea, but as it's described now, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. So described now, I would say no. But I think we should keep working on it.
Victor?
Along the same lines, I vote no for this resolution.
Mayor Murphy?
I vote yes. Okay, so it fails 3-2. Okay.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
Tom, I'd like to bring the motion as amended to include temporary paint and to be done at Harbor Island.
Well, you know what? Let's talk to the sponsors of the.
Okay.
About that?
Can I say something? We have a meeting next Monday. We have an extra meeting next Monday, which is before the event. And I know it's hard to organize an event, but we have an extra meeting next Monday because we're reviewing the comp plan. And, you know, I keep thinking about, like, I don't know, I'm in the Rhinebeck School District and there's a rock there. And, you know, every month the kids get to paint it with a different reason. And sometimes it's mad, and sometimes it's a flag. And sometimes it's not usually anything political, but it's always something topical. Sometimes it's just, you know, the Panthers because it's a school logo. But, you know, I think that this is something that the entire village could get behind, and I think we need to find a way to do it. And I'd also say it's not that this isn't our idea. This came from a community group, and that it's not really a block party. I think there's going to be a group of people painting. I don't think it's going to be a block party. And in New York State, we're allowed to have gatherings of 50 people. You know, we're allowed to do that. So we can't say no to a gathering of 50 people. So I would second that.
Block party, yeah.
It's in lieu of a block
party. All right. We have a lot on the agenda. Thank you all. Thank you for the audience members for your participation. It was, you know, if nothing else, it was a discussion that needed to be had.
I don't think it's over. It's not over. I don't think it's over.
It's not over. And
it's over, but it's the beginning of continuing discussions.
Yes. And I do appreciate the number of people who showed up, gave up their time tonight to be heard.
I really do. Even though I disagreed, but I appreciate hearing you.
Yep.
All righty. Where the heck was I? Item 3A, resolution scheduling public hearing of PLH 2020, amending chapters 342 and 348, Ray, fee to be charged in lieu of dedicated parkland. We've been through this a couple of times. This is just scheduling the public hearing. We have a form now that is acceptable. And what in sum and substance, if this law gets passed at the public hearing, will do, it will allow folks who are building buildings that are all affordable, meaning that every dwelling is an affordable dwelling under the law, to in some degree waive the recreation fee to try and give that kind of development a hand when people are doing all affordable. Anybody have any questions or comments?
I have one question. Did we need to circulate this to ZBA and Planning Board because it's a zoning change? I mean, we did it initially. Do we need to circulate this revised draft of it before we schedule? Is that a requirement?
You don't usually recirculate before you schedule. You usually circulate
after
schedule with enough time to circulate.
Now.
Yeah, that's what our new policy we adopted.
Okay.
We circulate now.
Right after we.
But are we leaving enough time for that?
Well, we schedule it to a time in the future. This isn't like it has to be done right now.
We're not voting to limit the public hearing.
We're voting to schedule a public hearing.
Yeah, to start it.
I think the point is that
right, but I'm saying we're voting to start it in basically 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Does that give enough time to get the comments back?
The draft resolution says October 13th. You can do it at a subsequent meeting if you want.
You want to do it at the end of October? Just to be sure.
I just don't want to have to I don't want to delay it, and I don't want to have to reschedule it.
So let's do it at the end of October. Gives them another
The second meeting?
I'm sorry?
The second meeting.
That means that the 27th?
No.
No.
That because of the
right, because
of the holiday, I think.
26.
Isn't it the 26th?
26.
26th, okay. All right, the 13th is after the holiday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, October 26th. Okay, with that amendment, Scheduled is for October 26th.
The resolution just has to be amended to say that it'll be circulated to the zoning board and planning.
No, it doesn't have to be amended to say that. We do that as a policy.
We include it. If you see the next, in the subsequent law, we always spell it out. Just see, for example, the next law we're doing it. So you just include and just use the same text.
Okay.
Proposed local law is referred to the planning board and zoning board of appeals for advisory opinions in accordance with 342.96 and 342.97 respectively. Full stop.
As amended, as Victor just read, and the date of October 26th, I'll make a motion to schedule the public hearing on this law for October 26th.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustee Winstrup,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
I thank the board for the hard work. This went through many changes, and I think it's going to be good for the community. And I thank you all for supporting it. And I vote yes.
Colleagues, at this point, I have to bail out as I announced.
Good night.
Hi, Victor.
See
Hi,
you.
Victor.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Victor.
All right. Item 4A. Resolution authorizing to execute an amended license agreement with CWAMP Mamaroneck LLC. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck previously entered into a license agreement dated December 27th, 2019 with CWAMP LLC. This is the old AMP site with CVS and a new supermarket on it. That provides CWAMP with a revocable license to occupy and use a portion of the village right of way at the end of Leicester Avenue. And whereas CWAP has requested to place 2 bollards on the west side of Leicester Avenue in order to protect a transformer, which they don't own, and in order to memorialize granting CWAP's request, an amendment to the current license agreement is required. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees authorizes the village manager to execute on behalf of the village the attached license amendment agreement between CWAMC and AMP, and resolved that the village manager is authorized to undertake such administrative acts such as necessary to effectuate the terms of the amendment agreement. Mr. Attorney, could you explain this?
Yes, Mayor. As part of its site plan approval, Brixmor was required to ask the village board to for a license over a certain piece of village property that would allow access from the end of Leicester Avenue to its property. Several years ago, the village granted, the Board of Trustees granted that license. Since that time, there were some additional developments there where there was a ramp put in for handicapped access, a railing along with it, some landscaping. And what's happened now is the 2 things have happened. There was a sewer line that, a storm sewer that Brixmor agreed could tie into its storm sewer system, a village storm sewer on Leicester Avenue that Brixmor agreed could tie into its storm sewer system. And then this amendment deals with 2 bollards that they want to place in order to protect a transformer that was there. And this amended license agreement would give them authority to do that. There are 2 versions of the agreement in your packet. One was the version I had originally prepared, I believe in July, that you discussed at your last meeting. The other version has some changes that were discussed at the last meeting. So when someone makes a motion, if there's a motion, I think I'd caution you just to be clear which version of the agreement you are moving.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Well, can I?
Laura's talking.
I didn't have this in my packet, so I'm looking at what I think is the newer version, which does say that there is an ADA compliant railing. I'm not clear as to what the difference between the red and the yellow is.
So if you look at my memo, my memo of September 10th attaches three things. The first is the prior memo that I sent you on July 7th, which is accompanied by a version of the license agreement. That's the first version. The second document is the revised version of the license agreement. And that shows all of the changes to the existing agreement in red and highlights the changes from the July 7th version in yellow.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay.
Anybody questions or concerns? No? We want to make a motion?
The second version with the highlights in yellow includes additional suggestions that I have suggested. Am I correct, Bob?
It includes the matters you discussed, the board discussed at its last meeting. It does not include the matters in the email that you sent me subsequent to that meeting.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve the amended resolution highlighted in yellow that the village attorney has just talked about. Anybody want a second?
I'll second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
No.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you all. All right. Resolution scheduling public hearing on PLLE, amending chapter 240 and 342, where required setbacks from water bodies. This is the now infamous 50-foot setback requirement. This law will be heard, if it's passed tonight, on October 13th, but I think we should also give that to the 26th too. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to hurt him. And 2 weeks is not going to hurt any landowner, but it will help our boards. Okay, we passed PLLC last year, and in PLLC there was a prohibition on any building within a 50-foot setback of a water body, and that was not allowed to be altered by the planning board or zoning board the way we wrote it, and that is not, I think, what we intended. So this law will give, if passed, the zoning board the opportunity to give variances 50 feet from a water body. In sum and substance, that's what we have. And this is amended to have a public hearing on October 26th. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Or there's a hand up. Could you grab Glenn?
I think that was up from before.
Glenn, are you up for this item?
Yes. I just wanted to mention, number one, let's face it, this was put on, amendment was added at the last minute and was very poorly thought out. When you amend it to go what some of the complaints in the village are, you have to start to think about not just what's good for Orienta, Sound Shore, Shore Acres. You have to start to think what is good for the Washingtonville area. You have to allow the people of Washingtonville to be able to build, to add to make their houses and properties accommodating to them and their families. Because if you got a house that's $1.5 million dollar house down in Orienta and you can't do anything with that house, you could always move to someplace else in the village. If you can't do anything with your house in the Washingtonville area in order to accommodate your family, basically you are removing people from the village. You're going to become a village of nothing but millionaires. That's where you're going to lose total diversification. So as you come up with how you're going to amend this law, please understand not everybody in this village yet is a millionaire. You still have a small working class section of town, and their house is most of what they have in equity. And you have to start to work to allow people to make their houses usable for their families to stay here in the village of Mamaroneck. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion.
Well, we have a motion in a second.
Don't we have a motion?
Yeah, for a first and a second, we need a roll call.
Call a roll.
Trustee Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes, and I just want to say to respond to Glenn's comments is that this actually allows people to be able to build in places they can't technically, especially if they're doing something that improves both their property and the flooding. So this is really meant to be a safety valve so people can develop their properties in the floodplain. It's supposed to help them, not hinder them. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yes.
Cool.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. I just want to say, we enable the webinar and the chat for people who are participating. I don't really care what you write and say about me, but when you write about other participants and people in the community, you're going to get cut off. This is not a venue to vent your spleen. Thank you. Okay. The next item, resolution scheduling public hearing, proposed local law A of 2020. Proposed local law amending chapter 260 of the code of the village of Mamaroneck regarding the allowance of dogs in parks. And I believe this just is about Harbor Island Park. Am I correct?
Yes, just Harbor Island.
Okay. And this is scheduled for September 29th. Somebody have any questions or concerns?
We received some comments today, but I think that, or maybe yesterday, but I think that they should be part of the public hearing process.
Yes, without a doubt.
Yes, thanks.
But I think we need to make sure we include them because I think it's hard, this is going to be our first big public hearing on Zoom. So I think we want to make sure that people who've written in comments get them made, even if they don't get onto the Zoom.
Thank you. Does somebody have a? Does somebody have want to make a motion?
I move to push this forward and adopt and hold the public hearing on September 29th.
I'll second that with thanks to the rec committee. I know they did a lot of work on this.
A lot of work. And so did the attorneys.
Yeah.
It's a group effort.
Yep.
Roll call.
Yes, Augie, call the roll.
Trustee Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Item 4E. This is to appointments to Ad Hoc Ethics Code Review Committee. We are starting a committee to look at our ethics law to see what can be changed, what can be improved. This appoints Jocelyn Donut, Ellen Hauptman, John Hofstetter, Dan Carlson, Brian Carr, and Michael Copey. Somebody have any questions or concerns?
No, I just that they have had some questions, which Kelly and I are going to try and answer. We can't really answer as a body. So Kelly and I have been, and I think we're going to try and do it this week. It's been a little crazy, but I think we need to pick a date where we can have a work session with them that's mutually convenient to all of these people. I know another meeting, but I think maybe a kickoff meeting would help.
A regular meeting, and we'll just let them come to a regular work session.
Yeah, or a regular meeting maybe.
Yeah.
Because our work sessions get clogged up. Maybe at a regular meeting that might be a better hour for some of them. But anyway, I just want to just say that Kelly and I have not forgotten, and we are compiling materials and trying to answer the questions that were asked.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, we got some great volunteers, so thanks to everyone who stepped up. It'll be a good committee.
Anybody want to make that motion?
I will. So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next
And
item.
we had also discussed appointing the chair.
Oh, yes, I make a motion that Mr. Dan Carson be appointed chair of this committee.
I second that motion and hope he agrees.
Yeah, it's already done. You can't disagree. Augie, please call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, resolution authorizing budget transfers and year-end transfers of funds for Village of Mamaroneck fiscal year. Jerry, you want to talk about this?
These are just year-end things, Mayor, that have to be resolved regarding our fiscal year 19-2020. So they're just some transfers of some items, police retirement, employee retirement, which are, they were a little bit over what we expected. So we would be moving 30,170 from the accounts on the left side to the accounts on the right side.
Okay. Anybody have questions or concerns?
No.
We have a hand up.
Len?
Oh, thanks, Kelly.
Yep.
Yes, this also has to do, I was gonna ask this under audit of the bills. We have some legal bills that were both for last year and this year. And we have a lot of people either canceling parking permits or like the kayak summer camp and such was canceled. If that money was collected last year, does that have to be reconciled with last year's budget? Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. Okay, this is the next is authorizing the legal contract between ourselves and Mr. Sposino's firm until the organizational meeting on December 7th of this year. Any questions or concerns? Okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Thank you, Bob and Christy, for your work.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Yeah, I just want to thank Bob and Christie that they've done a great job this year under difficult circumstances. Thank you both very much. Item 4H, resolution establishing an ad hoc committee for year-round recreation study. Kelly, you want to talk with us?
We never got to it in the work session, so, but this is, this was to continue the work of the tennis committee. Their recommendations in January, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. I modified the resolution based on what we discussed, having, at most 3 members from the tennis committee, at most 3 members from the recreation committee, and 3 members from the public, not otherwise members of either committee, to get some diversification and move forward, because we need to do some studies and make some plans.
I think we should suspend the rules and take this because it's just, we need to advertise it. So I think we should suspend the rules, and we had such a long work session. Or executive session.
We had talked about this at one point, hadn't we?
We talked about it, but then we changed the resolution and we didn't have the right resolution. But I just think this is.
I make a motion to suspend the rules to allow this to be heard tonight.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Kelly, you want to make the motion?
I will move that we adopt this. Thank you.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye.
Thank you.
Communication to the board, round 2.
Mr. Mayor, we have the item that we discussed with the police chief in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Augie didn't remind me.
My apologies, Mayor.
No, actually, in Augie's defense, he gave me a note. And I flubbed it. Good move, Dan. Thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah.
Tonight, we heard from our police chief, and they need a new communication desk. This has been included in the budget. Apparently, they rent this sort of equipment. The equipment they have there now is 13 years old, and it has used up its useful life. And this equipment will enable them to continue serving the community in the 21st century. It is a piece of equipment that handles 911 calls and all kinds of various police functions. So it's a very vital piece of equipment that our police department uses to keep us all safe. So I would like a motion to add this communication desk to our agenda tonight.
You suspended the rules.
So yeah, motion to suspend the rules first,
Motion
right?
to suspend the rules. No, I got to add it to the agenda. It's because it wasn't on. This was on the agenda. I got this one.
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
need to suspend the rules.
Sorry.
I need a
Right,
motion
you're right.
to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
I'll
Second.
All in favor of adding it to the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, this will be item
Okay.
4K,
Mhm.
which is I.
I suspend the rules. Jay's
I
at the
suspend the
agenda.
rules. All right. I was testing you.
Motion to add.
Actually, HI, what comes after I?
Jay.
Jay.
Wouldn't this be J?
Jay is to add item to agenda.
Oh, okay. So this is K?
Okay.
Okay.
Police communication desk.
All right. Does somebody want to make a motion to approve this?
Should we explain it first? Just people that
I
didn't
thought
go
I-
to the work session?
I thought I just did.
Maybe, sorry.
You stuttered?
It's getting late. I know, it's been a long night. The explanation that I just used, ditto.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Augustino, please call a roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes. Yes, and I just say that Tom's explanation wasn't quite as good as the chief's. Go ahead. Yeah.
Murphy? That's not what I do for a living, in my defense.
Okay.
All right, now I see a hand up, Len. Tom. Hey, Glenn,
Communication
hands up.
time?
What?
Is this communication too?
Yeah, you snuck in.
Okay. Let's, couple of points. Just to show progress, Elks Lodge in Mamaroneck has actually had Black exalted rulers over the last couple of years. The new Elks is not the old Elks. New Rochelle Elks, which I was a member of, has had probably more female exalted rulers in the last 20 years than males. So you do have progress on that front. Talking about the Washingtonville area, one of the reasons they're defensive is they have asked for things in the past and just haven't been done. Drawing the lines to mark the parking space in Washingtonville, they've been asking for this for 20 years. There's no reason why it can't be done. And that also goes from Mamaroneck Avenue over on that section of town. I proposed that you allowed parking on Mamaroneck Avenue where the auto school is, where Fava's insurance is, that whole block from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. allow overnight parking there. You could open up another 20 spots. Now, instead of 147 spots for the neighborhood, you got 167 spots for the neighborhood. Redoing the curbs. You know, they just feel neglected. They've felt neglected for years and years. And again, when adopting the different laws, and Nora, I realize that you're, you know, what you're doing with this law is you're going to make it better for the homeowners. But overall, the accessory use, apartments, things like that. Mamaroneck is different, diverse areas. And the one law fits all is not working, and something has to be worked out for the residents of Washingtonville if you are looking to keep a diverse community, whether it's racial or it's economic, because you're going to just wind up with a bunch of millionaires if you don't allow people to start to be able to use and grow their properties. I'd like somebody to speak on US Open. I know it's going to be this week. Is there any problem at the harbor? Just give a quick, idea of, any restrictions that are going on at Harbor Island to deal with the parking, where they're meeting to avoid. And lastly, you can disagree with people. I'm tired of having people being attacked, whether it's Mayor Murphy or it's the president. Everybody, let's take a step back from the rhetoric. No politician in this country is Hitler. It's an insult to those who fought in World War II. I had a caddy master, and one day the kids were running around and said, "Oh, you're like Hitler," and he stopped everybody in their tracks. And he brought us all over. He rolled up his arm. He showed us the number on the arm and say, never compared to something, because it's an insult to every single person who was in Auschwitz. We have to start to pull back on both sides. Everybody's got to stop pulling back the reverence, all this. The last mayor, people would say the worst things in the world about him. I stand up for Norm and I stand up for Tom. If you don't like the policy, argue the policy. If you think you want to get a change, vote him out of office. But let's stop with the personal attacks on everybody and just take a step back and be a little bit more civil. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay. All right, nobody's hand is up. Next item is the update from our village manager, Mr. Barbaria.
Mayor, there's no problem with the parking in Harbor Island Park. Today was our first day. We are very happy that the USGA has brought in a very professional company to be able to manage the parking for the employees and the volunteers for the US Open. Everyone's very excited about the US Open. I'm very excited because I hope to see some of the players in our downtown area. But things are going well, much to the credit of the individuals who work at the Harbor Master Office, at the Recreation Building, and at the Parks Department. They really put a lot of effort into trying to make sure that the people who still have a desire to get on their boat, that are provided the opportunity to be able to get into the harbor without much trouble. In addition to that, I have two items that we need to file for the record. One of them is the agreement with Sustainable Westchester, and the other is an agreement with Seagrave Fire Apparatus for a new fire truck. That's it, Mayor.
When will the fire truck be ready? We have any idea? It usually takes about a year.
It'll take about a year. I think 9 months or so was the target.
Thank you, Jerry.
You don't want to rush those things.
Items, you can't buy one off the shelf.
No, they don't have them on the shelf.
Augie, do you have a report from the clerk treasurer?
Yes, Mayor. Renewal Continental View parking stickers expire on August 31st, 2020. They can be purchased online at the Village of Mamaroneck website. Second item, Mayor, is the tree committee resignation. Resignation of Christine Sculpey.
Thank you, Wolf. Mr. Village Attorney?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Okey dokey. Minutes, boards, commissions, committees, minutes of the Board of Trustees work sessions, a regular meeting of August 10th, special meeting of August 7th and August 17th, and work session and AP minor items meeting of August 24th, 2020. Minutes of the Board of Ethics meetings on June 5th, June 19th, July 3rd, July 20th, July 30th, 2020. I've been busy. Minutes of the Flood Advisory Committee meeting of February 26th, 2020. Minutes of the Committee for the Environment meeting of February 25th, 2020. Minutes of the Board of Architecture Review of June 18th, July 16th, August 20th, 2020. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
But can we add one little thing? Just about the tree committee resignation means we need a new person on tree, but Kelly can attest that there are 2 people on traffic. Are you down 1 or 2 on traffic?
I believe we're down 2.
2 on traffic and 2 on the Arts Council. So just, you know.
We also need someone on flood.
I think didn't we have somebody waiting in the wings for the Arts Council?
Well, there might be a couple of people that they're going to call, but we just wanted to make sure that we're going to put all these out on the website soon and just take a look because we have a few openings.
Thank you.
Our committees, people seem to leave. I don't think it's Kelly or me.
Let's hope not.
No.
Okay. All right, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you all. Have a good evening.
You too.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Good
Thank
night.
you all. Night.
Night, everyone.
Night.